back on 10, 15 minutes later than he planned to. How can it be that you have members of the public shouting up at this guy's on the roof with a gun, and they still allow Trump out there to get shot at?
You know, I mean, there's no doubt that there are failures all around here, from the Secret Service to the local police officers that were also aware that this individual was there and did nothing about it. But I am going to point out real quick just how Vinny there starts off mocking conspiracy theories, then immediately goes into his own conspiracy theories. So let's not let that go overlooked.
I was being facetious, it was a joke. It was a joke.
As for the Secret Service, okay. As
Liberals
for
don't like
the
jokes,
Secret
Vinny.
Service, we have a Secret Service that for many years now has been dangerously understaffed. 350 agents short-staffed, in spite of the fact that their budget has increased by about $1.2 billion, I think, over the last 12, 14 years. So this agency has serious problems that do need to be addressed. And we can even go back and look at some of the failures that they had during the Obama administration, when somebody on the street was able to fire 7 shots off into the White House residence. Somebody jumped the White House fence with a knife and made it into the White House during the Obama years before the Secret Service stopped them. So these failures are not just something that popped up within the last week. This is something that absolutely has been going on for a long time and has not been addressed by anyone, really. And now it's all come to a head, and hopefully they can get things figured out, find out what the problems are with this agency. It certainly isn't a lack of money. It just, I don't know what they can do, but they definitely need to get on it, and it doesn't seem like they're there yet.
It seems that abject failure is just basic common sense. I mean, in the first place, if I was trying to protect someone who'd been a president of the United States, the first thing I'd look at is any rooftop near the stage. I mean, it's just like Route 1, isn't it? And there was this kid lying there with his rifle, and nobody checked. Nobody was guarding it. It's just, to me, it's completely baffling. So I do understand what so many conspiracy theories are raging around about this, because actually it's inexplicable. And I hope we get some answers. From what I've been seeing so far of Kim Cheadle, the director of the Secret Service, she's not really answering any questions today, other than to say it's the biggest operational failure for decades. On the bigger story now, incredibly, I mean, a week ago you thought this story would run the assassination attempt. We're now moving to Biden quitting, an historic moment in American political history. On that, Farron, what is your view about this kind of move very quickly by the hierarchy of the Democrats to anoint Kamala Harris as the nominee? Do you think that is a healthy thing? Or do you think, like Cenk, it's better that this runs to even a broken convention? We have anyone who wants to put their hat in the ring does so, and then they have to earn the right to be nominated.
I agree 100% with Cenk here. I mean, there is no reason why we need to be, jumping at this and immediately, within hours after Biden makes this announcement, Harris has already been anointed as the heir apparent to the Democratic Party. What we need is, like Cenk says, more people. We need individuals to actually do the job and get out there and start campaigning. They don't have a ton of time, but they've got a little bit of time to do this, and we need to get to know people. We haven't had the convention yet, so there is plenty of time to do it. But to me, the bigger issue is we wouldn't even be in this situation right now if we had a real Democratic convention, which we didn't have. We didn't have debates. We didn't have Biden up on stage having to actually deal with any of these other Democrats that were running at the time. If we'd had a real primary, we wouldn't be in this situation today.
Okay, Emily, look, we are where we are with this. I mean, how we got here has been totally chaotic. I mean, the irony is, when this began, people were bemoaning the fact this was the most boring campaign ever between two old guys duking it out for the second time. Nobody is saying that now. We're now into completely unprecedented times where, yes, since World War II, there have been 2 other presidents who've stood down, but actually never at this late stage of a race. And the question, I guess, for the Democrats is, if you do go to a brokered convention in a month, you're leaving it so tight. Never mind anything else, the vetting process for people actually want to be president is a gigantic process and fraught with danger if you only have a few weeks to get that resolved. The advantage of Kamala Harris is that she's been in situ as vice president for nearly 4 years. She's been vetted properly, warts and all, good, bad, and ugly, and there's plenty of that in her back catalogue, all of those things. She seems to me to be the obvious safe move for the party, because anybody else is going to have to go through a forensic dissemination, not just by the veterans, but then by the media, who have got their blood up like a bunch of sharks in the ocean.
Frankly, I don't think it matters who or how they replace Joe Biden, because whoever it is, Trump is still going to dominate this election. Like I said earlier, his policies work. He's not liked personally, but America is in such a bad place that I do think American people are willing to now look at the actions that Trump is going to take as president. Every single thing that I've personally seen that they've been using to slander Trump has either been fact-checked and confirmed as false, or just merely straight up a lie. So at this point, the only person I think who stands a chance, and when I say chance, I still think they're going to lose, but they'll put up a fight, is Hillary Clinton, because she's already been down this road. With Donald Trump. She knows how to campaign. It's going to be a good show for the Democrats. She's still going to lose, so it really doesn't matter.
You are a great wind-up, Miss Austin. I can see both Cenk and Farron there recoiling in lots of horror. Hillary, I'm sure, would absolutely love to do it, but she has now, along with her husband Bill, publicly endorsed Kamala Harris. Do you not think there's a merit to my argument that actually she's by far the easiest choice, given she's been properly examined by the veterans, by the media for a number of years now, and also I would put this into play. She gets all the money, if it's her, that's been given to Biden. She also has quite an interesting perspective, if you like, against Trump. She's the former prosecutor, he's the convicted felon. You can see that she could turn that into quite an aggressive attack plan. Does none of that rock your boat?
Well, look, Kamala Harris, if she wins the open convention, I'm perfectly happy to have her as the candidate. But she hasn't won that yet. And honestly, I got more votes than she did running for president. So I don't know how she's been vetted. She really hasn't. What does she do as vice president? I'm not talking her down. I'm just saying we don't know nearly enough. And I don't want to fall into the trap that you guys are obviously setting. You guys are all Trump fans. So you're like, yeah, pick Kamala. Or maybe Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that's a great idea. No, let's pick the strongest candidate.
I'm not a Trump fan.
And I find these things...
Check. I'm not a Trump fan. People say to me, you want Trump to win? I have known Trump. Listen, let me set my stall. I've known Trump nearly 20 years. I get on very well with him personally, albeit we have a few rocky patches. But the bottom line is, I don't have a vote in this race. I'm a British citizen, not an American citizen. I've never told anyone to vote for Trump. I'm as critical of him as anyone. I've been incredibly critical of Trump, as well as not being afraid to praise him when I think he's right. And for example, if you can't look at the way he responded to being shot, praise him. There's something wrong with him.
Yeah, I praise him for that, of course, because I have eyes and ears. And you know I'm reasonable and I'm honest about all these things. Wait, are you guys being real? This whole idea of Donald Trump I'm like 90% of the assassination attempt in Germany.
Good fucking God, man.
Conspiracy theory that we want him assassinated. Are you crazy? We want him as our opponent. He's like the weakest candidate possible.
Check. It is no coincidence that on the day that Biden finally threw his white flag, it's the day that there was a poll saying that Trump was now 7 points ahead in Michigan. That's a death change.
Cheers, you know. Wait a minute. Here's, you know that I've been saying for a year, and I've been saying it on this program, that Joe Biden was going to lose, there's no chance, because he was so deeply unpopular and his favorabilities were so low. I was trying to snap the Democratic voters and politicians out of it, and you're welcome, I did. Having said that, that's not because Donald Trump was so popular. I'm saying almost anybody could beat Donald Trump. He's one of the three most unpopular people who ever run for president. The problem is that
you're missing my point.
Other two against him. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
You're missing my point.
Let's pick someone else and we'll win easily.
responsible is that it's all very well. We all know the election comes down to a few swing states. Michigan is Michigan didn't have a chance. So the 7-point gap announced on Sunday morning is why I think Biden was basically told by the grandees of the party, you've got to stand aside. I mean, he was going to get flatlined.
But Piers, of course,
hold on.
that's
Here,
not the only
Piers,
stat.
so whatever. Hey, check. Whatever. Check. I believe you're in California. Marijuana, you're smoking. Because you are out of your mind. Donald Trump is an unpopular president. Are you freaking bananas? Have you seen the rallies? Check. You're delusional. Check. It's history. Actually, like you check. Make sure you're better, Joe. I'm being honest with you. But check, you're gonna go down as that guy when you see him. The guy that's inconsistent. Let's be honest. The Democratic Party, hold on, check. The Democratic Party, let's be honest. What are you guys doing? Look at your politics. Harris, and the snake Newsom, Hillary Clinton, Pete Buttigieg, what's happening? It's the other side. I'm voting for Donald Trump. At least Ramaswamy, that people that are energetic and love this country. It's unbelievable. I was in New York here. I was in New York with Patrick McDavid. We were there on a little vacation. New York, a lot of Democrats. You should see the Trump hats that I saw. And even after the assassination attempt, mention the city. I'm in New York, and I've seen it. I've not only seen it, I've been amazed anecdotally how many people are telling me they're going to vote Trump. Way more than I can ever remember in New York. So, Jake, I'm not sure you're right about this. I felt in 2016 that many people were missing the Trump train. I'd been down in Middle America, and I could feel it roaring away, and I could feel intense dislike for Hillary Clinton. And I got to say, I'm feeling it exactly the same again now. And it's been, I think, a result of several things. The debate debacle, where Trump managed to conduct himself by Trump standards in a very smart way. He was pretty measured most of the time. He allowed Biden to effectively hang himself on live TV. Then the response to the assassination. Now, I think he's coming out with all guns blazing, pardon the analogy, given what happened to him, but literally using what happened to him to fuel a sense that he's the strong guy in the room. That the Democrats have never looked weaker. They've now had their leader had to stand down. They've got a completely in common if it is her, someone who, if they're just going to be a like comparison, many Americans will go, you know what, things are stronger, better here. And that's the problem for the Democrats, is how do you get away from the fact that when he was shot, Trump did this in an act of defiance, and a lot of Americans went, wow, that was ballsy. Even Mark Zuckerberg called it badass.
Here's I called it badass. And in 2016, right around this time, I said Trump would win. So what I have is read up this that is. He's still up there. He's campaigning. He's making jokes. And boy, I love this word, this democracy. I'm sick and tired of this democracy, okay? When you're in school here in the United States, you pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. The republic, the democracy. And every time the Democrats try to put somebody up, Bernie Sanders, RFK, you guys eat your own. So it's you guys. You guys are ruining everything. And check, I'm going to say it again. You should have been running. I wish you were more popular in that sense because to hell with Kamala, to hell with all of them. We need somebody that loves his country. That's what he is. He's a patriot. He loves his country. And I'm wearing this shirt, Pierce. BTmerch.com. I'm an angry patriot because we are sick and tired. Pierce, I love this country. I fought for, listen, I searched for this country, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let them take it away from us, Pierce. Damn. Period.
Okay. Listen, just hold fire for the panel for just a few minutes. I'm going to talk now to Eric Prince, who's a former US Navy SEAL and the founder of Blackwater USA, a private military company that provided security services during the Iraq War. Welcome to you, Eric Prince. First of all, as we're talking, the director of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, is testifying, obviously, up on in Congress today. She's apparently refusing to really answer most of the questions. She's admitted it was the worst failing operationally by the Secret Service in many decades. Are you surprised she's not resigned?
It's in keeping with the Biden administration that they don't expect accountability from any leader that fails doing what they're supposed to be doing. She's hiding behind the FBI investigation. That's an easy way for her to duck and cover. This is the rope-a-dope approach in Washington where you show interest, then stall. She promises to get back to them with certain answers, and it's all just, it's a charade. If there is any honor to it, she would resign. If Congress had any power, they should at least defund her office so that she is not getting paid anymore, because clearly she has failed under her leadership. It is shown to be complete incompetence. From a security perspective, a security professional's perspective, there are so many horrific failings that nearly led to the assassination of Donald Trump. There were people that died because of that incompetence. When you look at the failure of advance to allow somebody to get set up 140 yards away from your protectee, to even once the shots started, how long it took them to get Trump off the X. It is failure upon failure upon failure. And like I said in a Twitter post, it's either massive incompetence or malice. I'm still tilting towards massive incompetence, but again, this administration doesn't fire people for completely screwing up. It's in keeping with it. And as your panel was talking, there is clearly differences in electoral styles. There's one party kind of promotes accountability. One clearly, for the last 3.5 years, does not.
You mentioned a series of terrible errors that were made here. Some of it is just incomprehensible. I mean, the idea, like you said, that the nearest route is just unguarded, isn't it? The drone. And then you have this bit for this.
Professional that went to the site doing the advance, because most executive protection is done well, the advance work before the protectee arrives, and you make a plan and you figure out where is the likely spots the threat is going to come from. And so anybody who stood in that podium and looked around and said, aha, it's called the Sniper Hotel, the obvious place someone's going to set up and take a shot. 140 yards is so close that a first-time 12 or 14-year-old deer hunter could make that shot. This is not a long distance. The fact that the Secret Service were looking at the guy, the Secret Service has between a 14 and 25 scope on his rifle, so he's going to be able to see whether that shooter.
Dude, my wolf just killed himself, man.
Shoot that day or not. That's the level of detail we can see so far. The Secret Service agent presidential contender Trump is shocking. They were fired because they weren't sure whether it was a local cop who was there in a position. I think they could command control. They were supposedly law enforcement, the SWAT team in the basements or in the ground floor. It is so many grievous errors. It's a comedy of errors, except people died. I think people do not really appreciate how big it would have been that if Donald Trump was assassinated, World War I started because of bad diplomatic security. The trauma of the Austro-Hungarian Empire assassinated and a collective was killed. America, if the federal government, who's supposed to be protecting Donald Trump, so clearly and horrifically fails, and now gets killed, you cannot imagine the second and third order effects of how bad it
I
would be.
totally agree. And I totally agree with you. I think we should not underestimate what could have been the repercussions of his assassination. The other thing that really struck me is operationally so inexplicable was, I remember I was about 16 when Reagan got shot outside the hotel in Washington. Right? The first thing they did, the agents around him, was they dragged him straight into the car and got him out of there. So all we've seen is protection of any president or ex-president. And in this case, they could be down. Then they back up on the female agents in front of him that was so short by comparison, exposed his whole head and his upper body. And they didn't know about your shootings in the crowd. It could have been a coordinated attack. Surely, the Secret Service job in that scenario is to keep him away from any line of fire, not allow him to get back up, or he can be shot again.
The first rule of executive protection, if something happens, is to get the protectee off the X. The X is where the attacker has decided to get after you. And the fact that you can even hear it in the radio chatter. What's the plan? It's horrific. That should have been drilled into them so that it is autonomic. Literally, take a look. The Secret Service agents, some of them were qualified, some of them clearly were not. And, you know, when something like that happens, you get a massive dump of adrenaline into your body, which is why you train it so that it is autonomic. If A, then B, and if B, then C, and clearly that could not been drilled into them. And I don't care how undermanned they are or under-resourced or whatever the excuse is, it doesn't take any more money to get up an hour earlier and run that drill, and run it again, and run it again. That's what professionals would have demanded. That's what accountability would have demanded. Trust me, in my old business, if we had a team screw up that badly, they would have been all out of work, and as a company, we would have expected to be fired. It's clearly not the case in the federal government, which is, I think, the case for looking at this from a different perspective of why people choose the private sector versus government anytime they can.
Just finally, Eric, I don't want to make a big thing, some people trying to do a female agent should be on the detail of the president or ex-presidents. I think that is a sexist overview. However, it was notable to me that there were a number of female agents who were clearly on visible view in the aftermath who didn't seem to be knowing what they were doing. And when Trump next appeared in public, it was an all-male detail. It was around him, much larger in size. Could you read into that? Is it unfair to target just female agents in that position? It's the way that they were behaving. Struggling people put a gun into a holster out of a holster. It should be getting particular attention on social media. You can think how fair. But to say, from my perspective, watching it, it was a pretty concerning thing to watch. To see supposedly the most elite trained defensive agents in the country being so clueless.
It was embarrassing for America. It really had catastrophic effects. Again, I don't care who people use or who they sleep with. It doesn't matter. Can they do the job to the set standard? As long as you focus solely on merit, mission, deal. Clearly, there was deviations. I feel bad for those agents that were out there that were unprepared for literally the worst career moment of their life. And now it's on full display for the world to see that they were not prepared for that mission. It's bad on them, it's bad on their immediate leaders, and it's bad on the Secret Service, the people that put them in that decision. Accountability needs to be done. It needs to be swift and severe so that these kind of mistakes are not made in the future, because it is in keeping with the debacle in Afghanistan, the debacle in Yemen, having shut off the waterways, here in Gaza that cost $340 million that can't stay together for more than a day or two. It's a record of failure of people that don't get fired when they screw up that badly. I feel bad for those agents. There's some great ones that have built a reputation of excellence in the Secret Service to be ruined. The professional reputation of their organization has been so badly damaged in their one moment of truth. I pray God that it is handled differently. The reason you saw a different crew around Trump at the convention is because there's a different level of protection that happens once he is the nominee. The Secret Service leadership before was absolutely slow rolling, minimizing, and pulling resources away, including to service Joe Biden in Pittsburgh on the exact same day. This is the same Joe Biden who made the Green Band, who normally plays Hail to the Chief when the president walks in, produce for the first time in almost 250 years a separate bit of music to play when she entered the room. That's the level of will to power this woman had. They're not running for re-election because that is a bad thing.
It's fascinating to talk to you, especially basically the seal and the founder of Apple. Thank you very much. As we've been talking there, we've got footage of Kamala Harris arriving at the White House and getting the call led by President Let's take a look.
President Joe Biden wanted to be here today. He's feeling much better and recovering fast, and he looks forward to getting back on the road. And I wanted to say a few words about our president. Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who have served 2 terms in office. President Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, as I think was said by the actually the Queen after the wedding of the royal family on Oprah Winfrey, recollections may vary about the record. Let me just go quickly to you, Farron Cousins. I mean, come on, effectively now looking like de facto Democrats, therefore, sort of yes, the president, but not the president. That's probably a more aggressive and successful strategy. Side now from me.
Basically, Joe Biden, I can't do this. I got to get out of here. And that is definitely something he did. What to have?
To be honest, that's exactly what he's done. I mean, everyone knew he was desperate to kill him. He's now thrown the towel. But he wants to. The trouble is, the Democrats are going to use this election. He's spent time up and makes a mistake. Have a gap. Have a tummy falls out. Whatever it may be, it's all going to keep happening. Get any less senior because he's decided to step down. He does. That will become a major story. That he's unfit to defend his presidency for another term. He's still for another few months. I just don't think it's an accurate she's a White House acting presidential presidency. Since, it's national address. He said it on X, which is great for Elon Musk in terms of showing how relevant
It's bizarre, especially on a global stage, that we as a country have finally taken a step to acknowledge he's unfit to run for another election. But if we can acknowledge that, how can we look past the fact that he's still our president? 5 months is a very long time away. 24 hours as an American feels like a year as a given the climate right now. It just makes me realize this is really not the biggest issue. You know, Chen earlier was saying not to panic. We should panic a little bit because we are in a bad place right now. Not just domestically, but internationally, and something has to be done. And I just want to give my final thoughts on 2 subjects that I get to interject on. You know, I don't think it's crazy to conspiracy theorists, especially now just here in the United States, to think that this was a calculated assassination attack on Donald Trump. It's not a conspiracy theory. There was so much negligence that you cannot simply say this was a mistake. The American people never admitted this shooter on the rooftop for a minute and 30 seconds, and nobody else saw it from the Secret Service. That's not negligence. That is maybe coordinated negligence. And then the second point that nobody seems to be bringing up is that I don't believe Donald Trump is as unpopular as people are making it seem. Rather, the American people have been
Oh my god.
honest about how they felt about him because of the bullying and the repercussions that he faces as being a Republican these days. As a sports journalist, as a sports broadcaster, I've been told multiple times to keep my opinion to myself. I've had colleagues whisper to me, "No, we love Trump, we're voting for him." I can't say that. I've had freaking American NBA players tell me they love Trump. I've had NFL players tell me they love Trump. But God forbid they bring that to the public, they get canceled. So he's not as an unpopular of a figure as people think.
I actually
But it won't
think people found it evil since the assassination attempt. Speak up.
These things get fucked up by fire.
People's willingness to speak out.
Which is
to
dope.
There's no doubt that Trump is a very divisive, polarizing character. Always has been. Frankly, licking his democratic disarray. He's seeing a woman who's pretending to be president because the real one's disappeared, having quit the race. But he was not the president. And like I said, we're going to keep seeing Biden, whether if he ever reemerges, we're going to keep seeing him make mistakes and do embarrassing stuff because that's what's been happening on a daily basis this whole year. Every time he does, it's going to be a massive headline. How can the man who's unfit to continue in this race be fit to lead the country? There's a real
Yeah, look, let's be honest. The administrative state runs things. So both for Republicans and Democrats. I think it's unconscionable that Joe Biden didn't fire the head of the Secret Service within 2 days. I mean, she admitted it was the largest organization in Secret Service history. So if you don't get fired for that, what do you get fired for? And when you look at Trump's terms in office, he would say outlandish things to his staff like, this is and Jerry said, so they said, and he ignores orders that happen over and over again because he doesn't know what he's doing. So the administrative state runs things for both Republicans and Democrats. So that's the reality. That's what's going to happen. But that's what we're seeing. Like after the assassination attempt, there's this halo around him, and it's understandable. And I'm the first guy to say that Trump's actions that day was quote badass, right? He said that, guys. That doesn't affect his policies. And Trump can't help himself. Trump's always going to be Trump. He's going to be back to saying crazy. In fact, he's already back to saying crazy things. And he's going to say,
Check. If you would turn off those cameras, it looks okay from the other side. They heard severe contact. It's like a work of art.
It's the thing, Jay. Whether you want to admit it or not, whether your face is creaking into a little smile involuntarily, the truth about Trump, at this point in the column of the Post, which he discussed with me on the phone, is he's kind of a jacket of politics. And I'll tell you why. It's not to do with a fair analogy. It's actually to do with the fact here this guy Trump's about 2 years younger. What I really love is going out in front of tens of thousands of people, putting on a show. That's the show than anyone else I've ever seen. You may not like it. You will continue to abuse it, all of the new hits. There are millions of Americans, 80 million, as of the last time they got a chance to vote for it, who do like it and find it very entertaining and very funny and very authentic and very unlike any other politician out there. That is a problem for Democrats in how you try to take on a guy like that, because they're kind of done with hearing he's the world's most awful human being. Because they think, well, he's not, is he? He's not as bad as Putin, or Xi, or Kim Jong-un, or any of these other real dictators. He's not. And to keep saying he is, I think is extremely self-harming for Democrats. All it does is make people who are not romantically anti-Trump think, well, it's not.
Yeah, so my child was not in the military, and say that Trump is one of the best insult comics in the business. He's very entertaining. He's not honest, but he's authentic. There's a difference. So when he makes that over, he was authentic, and you relate to him, and you have to. Someone who's interested he's not popular. Listen, guys, you might think he's at the same time, he did try to do it to him. He had a big electorate scheme where, and we just interviewed Rudy Giuliani on the Young Turks, and he said they didn't use the normal troublemakers because half of them said so it's not this thing. So it's normal, but that's an exclusive fact that he tried to create.
He shouldn't be here. You know, he was shot in a way that would be said he'd be dead. You still judgment on Trump, which would have been, as I think Eric Prince rightly said, the country he survived, and he showed enormous personal strength in that moment. Strength that he may not have even known he had lived. He's very clear about that, but he spoke to him on the phone. And he feels like God was on his side. For many millions of Americans, they will not believe God was on his side. When you're defending him, really against people who really hate him, what do you say about Trump that is the real kind of reason that he resonates to you, for example?
Besides being a New Yorker, being, speaking it real, besides personality, it's just the love for the country. It wasn't until 2016 when he said he wanted to run that the whole machine, the establishment, everybody turned on him. I've been around him, I've been around Barron, I've been around the culture. It's freaking all amazing. The happiest people, the most beautiful women. Look at, I don't know what it is about conservative women. Gorgeous. Have you been to a Democratic? Like, everybody's good. Just upset. Everybody's upset.
that Trump did, it doesn't encapsulate with everything that's happening. The guy almost got assassinated, pumping his fist, fight. And then there's an hour and a half speech in the RNC. Speaking with the journalists. That's happening. Everybody wants to know, how do you weather the storm? And Donald Trump looked at her and he said, I am the storm. That's who Donald Trump is. That's why he's popular. I'm sorry, Czech. That's why I'm voting for him. And that's the last, I'm telling you guys right now, the future of this country rests on this election. Plain and simple.
Okay, I've got to leave the panel there. You've been brilliant. Vinny, to Czech, have you found for the first time? Thank you all very much indeed for coming on. I appreciate it. We're joined now by the independent presidential candidate who tried to challenge Joe Biden, the Democrat nomination, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert, great to have you back uncensored again. It feels like every time I interview something quite just we talk about the latest development. It was supposed to be a really dull race, but it's turned into this electrifying race. Very serious consequences. Can we just first of all talk about Joe Biden's resignation? Should he still as president? It's not incongruous for him to say, not fit to continue in the race, which ends in November. Continue until January.
Yeah, I don't think the words that he used. He needs all the energy to focus on governing the country. That's why he's so much. I'm not going to comment on it one way or the other. Getting really fast.
Would anyone make it easier for Kamala Harris or whoever the nominee ends up being for the Democrats? Would it make their job easier if they were able, she was able to become president? Did that not strengthen her position and improve their chances of winning?
Definitely strengthen their position within the party. I'm not sure that that's the best thing for the Democratic Party. I would think the best thing for the party is to actually have a democratic process that, where people are either using ranked choice voting, actually or using polls Donald Trump, and actually really opening up the conventional vote. I think what they're going to do is they're going to have kind of a Potemkin village of democracy. They're going to have a faux democracy today. They pretend it's a democratic process, but Kamala is at the end of the day. It's really going to be about your vice president, and there's going to probably be democracy there. But here's a lifelong Democrat plan to get out of the party because they do not have a democratic process. The DNC, which is the elite 400 elite members of the Democratic Party, decided who was going to be the president, which is President Biden. And they rigged the rules to make sure that there was fighting to make sure every American not trying to vote for anybody that they wanted to vote for. It's just that is fighting, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that to use the courts, to use the denial of Secret Service protection, to use all of these other mechanisms.
What do you think happens here? We've got
Can you get new name brand furniture, tech, or appliances when you don't have the cash or credit to pay today? You don't need a loan or financing. Just rent to own at Aaron's. Shop in store or online at Aaron's.com. Monthly payments or exchange it at any time. Start simple.
said yourself and Marianne Williamson were dishing out. We were told those primaries are not being held anymore. We were told, you know, they passed a law. They passed a rule within the Democratic Party that after they saw me campaigning very, very effectively in New Hampshire, they passed a rule that any candidate who steps foot into the state of New Hampshire, that all of their votes
I'm gonna die. I don't have.
new rules they were adopting to make sure that democracy did not function. And I suspect that's the same thing that's going to happen
Fuck, I hit the wrong button.
that story on TV. Vice President Harris was also one of the public officials in California who created these policies.
Oh, nice.
In California, made California 49 in terms of education outcome. In terms of homelessness, California had 50% of the homeless people in the country. And that's not a good record to run on. She has a lot of other vulnerabilities that we're going to hear more about.
Good God, man. That hits me? Fuck.
airports and schools and hospitals. But it also has the contracts to rebuild Ukraine. And, you know, it owns the credit card companies that are bankrupting Americans. They're charging. And all of them. So we have, which are the result strip mining of wealth from the American middle class and sending it out to religion all the working billionaires.
Jesus fuck. Elevated risk. Well, they wanted to give it to us from the beginning, and the detail that we've got is really wonderful. I think, you know, what's troubling to me, I don't want to make this about any organization, central agencies, enforcement agencies, including the CIA, FBI, even the NIH and the CDC. Fucking A, man. Are they Democrat or Republican? We have a responsibility for making sure the American people believe our country justice is blind. Enforcement agencies in our country. The American public, these liberal institutions of democracy, President Biden really dropped the ball on that. I think President Trump did too when he was running.
Ugh.
The evening of his shooting, we talked about the fact that this is even through the Secret Service meeting, and their bravery in getting up onto the stand, very brave off. But he had some watching people on his staff told us that they had asked for enhanced Secret Service protection, that the DHS had denied it. They were comparing their situation to place information. So I think those questions need to be answered by somebody. I wouldn't necessarily blame the Secret Service telling no more, but I think somebody, obviously, it's obvious from the outcome that there was something going on here that Americans really need to know more. Ultimately,
Did my game just fucking freeze? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
President Trump's first reaction.
My game just fucking froze.
Versus bravery on the podium.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it, man.
At least the noises he made about unifying the country, I was very touched by that, very hopeful about that. And I don't think it's necessarily turned out that way, but I think at first, and you know, the first 10 minutes of his convention speech were very conciliatory. I think that's what our country needs now. It needs to be unified. When my uncle was shot, Pierce, in 1963, when he landed in Dallas that day, there were posters all over the city that said, and in fact, advertisements in the leading newspapers in the city that had a picture of my uncle and a wanted poster, wanted dead or alive. And that was an emblem of this, of this organization and out of the civil rights movement, particularly at that time, and the anger of my uncle in some of the southern states, and his shooting in many ways was a product of that boiling anger. And after he died, the country came together in an amazing way. And he even tried to get the Civil Rights Act passed, the Voting Rights Act. Immediately, after his death, as a gesture to his memorial, as a memorial gesture to him, Congress, both houses of Congress got together and passed the Voting Rights Act. I really would like to see that kind of unity. The country became a true constitutional democracy for the first time in its history as a result of this murder. Our job on earth is to bring order out of chaos and bring bad things into good things. And I was hoping the same thing would happen for our country after Trump's assassination. I think he gave us some reason for hope at the outset. I'm not sure if it's only.
And I spoke to him on Saturday night, and he was remarkably sanguine about what had happened to him. And I was congratulating him that he'd gone back out within a week and was back on another stage at another rally, showing no signs of being off at all. It was extraordinary. But he also expressed the hope in that phone call that Joe Biden will stay in the race as long as possible. If he does end up being Kamala Harris v. Donald Trump in November, who wins?
I never make predictions. Right? So I'm making predictions in 2016. Survey said that President Trump could never be elected president. So I'm trying to be disciplined about not making predictions. And also, I really try not to spin stuff. So I'm not going to make that prediction. But I think that right now, it seems like it's President Trump's race to lose. But he also is doing that. So I think it's years. So many things could change between now and then. Who would make that prediction?
One prediction I make is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., it's been brilliant to have you back on. Please come back again when inevitably something more outlandish occurs. Not whether it will be, but we can pretty well be certain something will. And I appreciate you, as always, you coming on. Thank you very much.
Give Pierce.
Oh my god, a dragon? Nick. Oh my god. Okay. Hi. Where the fuck did the dragon go? What the fuck? Where'd it go? Since when can I get up here with my fucking horse? I don't know if I'll have enough. No, I know I won't have enough.
A tarnished heel. Thou must have some business in mind to come over. Though I have no memory of inking thee an invitation. No reason in particular, thou intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this encounter. Wilt thou enter into my service? I am the witch Rani. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. Well, has that roused thy interest? I see. A choice well made. Thou art a rare sword. Not many would have accepted the offer, but I require as much of those under my command. I anticipate good work from thee. Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same. Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my Speak with the thou needst not It hath been a
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success. My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me, my fellow. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together.
You didn't tell me shit.
Let us give all together. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani.
I heard about you. Good to finally meet. Name's Blythe. Sworn sword to Mistress Rani. Glad to have you aboard. Well, getting right to business. I'm situated in Limgrave right now. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find... Don't keep me waiting.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I am Selvis, preceptor in the sorceress. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you. But since we have the misfortune, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
Right, asshole.
I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit, should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my... I reside... Come and pay me a... Should you... If it were up to me... But who am I?
The fuck? What the fuck? Because I'm on my horse? Yo, what? What the fuck, bro? So what am I to do? Am I fucked now? Really seems that way. Use for crafting. That's fun.
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia, servant to the Carrion royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls. Ah, Your Worship, allow me to be of you. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something? Took me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never... I said perhaps I'll give you something. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you? Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon. I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your tasks complete. Are we understood? I have enough on my... I've no time for... The only thing I will... Are we understood? I have enough on...
What a fucking asshole. I'm gonna go steal some shit up in your fucking tower, bitch. Hopefully there's something to steal. Something incredible ahead. memory stone. Need those. I can hold more spells. Woo! Wee! Woo-wee! I gotta have my time over heal and my regular heal now. What's up, bitch? Bitch. Ronnie's quest. So now I need to go find him, and he's like way the frick down over here. Somewhere over here. He's over here. Oh! Sheesh. Well, if you're up there, I don't see you, and I don't know how to get your bitch ass down, so I don't fucking know. Let's go visit homeboy.
Well, my fellow, as war counselor, I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron. The other Eternals. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the Mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here. Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
Well, I don't. Go back here. I gotta go pee.
real people.
All right, so I'm not sure what to do at this point. Wait, what the fuck? So that's what killed me when I was in there.
A pleasure to see you. Thank goodness I'm still looking for my own. It's not easy by...
Ah, hello. I thank you. So what can I do for you?
What happened? We look cool as fuck.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then I bid you welcome. As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant. You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my... But now, Ensha finished. So, Godric the Graft, despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
Yeah, I killed him.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore. Praetor Rykard is the Lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven. Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait. The Academy of Rhea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the Amber Egg that was Radagon's gift to her. Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody Celavus. I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must. The Round Table has no code to speak of. But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard? Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Celavus, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing. His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the Round Table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormvale. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You were the one to defeat him, I would hazard. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses. Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father, if you haven't already. I advise you introduce. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will... It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior. Should the fate... It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again.
Raises maximum equipment load? Ooh. me do it? Oh. My poise is 72 now? Poggers. I should be tankier. Well, shit. Let's go get fucking held.
I am pleased to see. Would you like me to hope now? You are so. Then good day to you.
Now we gonna be tanky as fuck. All right. Now what?
The children tainted by and so listen. The great Tarni Indi. The demigods. Godric the Grunt. Now Galeto.
Only had a giant butthole. All right. Oh, I need to go back to this dude. Up here. Ronnie's Rise. This dude's fucking. Oh wait, I don't know if I can fucking leave here. I just thought of that. I'm gonna just fuck myself.
So you made Nefeli drink the potion. Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought. Very well. Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts under the tutelage of the great preceptor Selvis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass Our Lady.
You're gonna sell me.
You wish to begin right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. So, you had Nefeli drink the potion? Then perhaps something was amiss. It's concocted from the finest ingredients, but perhaps I should review the recipe. I may have expected too much of her to begin with.
I could technically hit these. $34.
Begging for another lesson, so there remains much to be done.
All right. I don't know what to do.
Yo, can I kick it?
What's going on YouTube? It's Mid-40s Gamer here, coming at you with some more Elden Ring content. Today we're going to be taking a look at how to complete the Blythe side quest in order to get our hands on the Bloodhound's Fang, which is arguably one of the best weapons dropped by a mini-boss that players can use throughout the entire game, as well as the Carrion Filigreed Crest, which is a talisman that significantly lowers FP cost consumed by skills. This unique quest requires the use of an emote that will help you get your hands on within this walkthrough. So let's get ready to chase cars and bite the mailman, tell Melina it's not as bad as it looks, and get after it. Our story begins at the Third Church of Marika, and as you can see from the map footage, you can easily reach this location early on in the game after unlocking Torrent and traveling northeast on the main roadway in Limgrave. Once we touch down within the church and get our bearings, we'll hop on Torrent and keep our wheels steady to the southwest, which will take us to the Mistwood Ruins located in the heart of the Mistwood Forest, which is located just southwest of the minor Erd tree that's firmly rooted into the east side of Limgrave's main landmass. As you start nearing the vicinity of the Mistwood Ruins, you'll hear a wolf's howl in the distance, which you can follow directly to your first point of interest. It is important to note that within the ruins is a giant bear that you may want to dispatch, allowing you to make your search of the area far more effective than Common Core math. It isn't necessary to kill the bear or enter the ruins at this point, since all that's required is to hear the wolf's howling, and you can actually sneak by it as well if you don't want to fight. We just didn't want to omit that there's a giant bear sleeping in the ruins, but on the bright side, at least it's not a madness tower. Once the giant bear is dealt with, you can find Blythe high up on the ruins howling with no way to get up to speak with him. However, where there's a will, there's a way. From here, we'll pop open the map and head back to the Church of Ella and speak with Kali the Merchant, who'll have a whole new dialogue selection after hearing Blythe's howls in the Mistwood. After touching down in the church and walking over to speak with Kali and exhausting all of his dialogue, which doesn't actually take that long, he'll teach you a snap emote which will lure Blythe off his perch at the top of the ruins, allowing you to talk with him.
Really? I don't think that's... I think I fucked up though. Because I don't hear him howling anymore.
Wait, weren't you? Well, you're back. The howl of a wolf in the Mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off. There are others of my people who yet survive. If the mood takes you when you meet one, then offer them some trade, my people. Which is why we cannot settle, but thanks to that, I think this makes your people the Tani. Goodbye for now.
He ain't here now, so I don't know what the fuck to do.
Keep in mind you will need to select a new dialogue revolving around the Howling in the Mistwood to further this questline. After learning the emote, we'll return to the Mistwood ruins and run over to the base of the tower that Blythe is perched on and see if we can coax him down with some Scooby snaps. From here, we'll head to the main menu to equip the gesture and use it directly from here since we suck at remembering how to do it from the controller. Once the gesture is completed, Blythe will jump down off the tower and be available to speak with. If you recall your conversation with Kali, he does refer to Blythe as a good egg, and the half-wolf seems friendly enough when you first speak with him. After some dialogue, he'll immediately ask you for some assistance in hunting someone named Darwill in need of a fitting end to his tale. From here, we'll head off to the Forlorn Hound Evergall in Limgrave, just south of the Agiel Lake south side of Grace, and as you can see from the map footage, the Evergall is about 200 meters to the south once you zone into the area. After a brief security halt and a quick map check, we'll hop on Torrent to take a quick ride over and prepare to enter the Evergall. Once inside, the Bloodhound Knight is defeated, you'll receive the Bloodhound's Fang and can exit the magical prison to speak with Blythe. After talking with Blythe and completing his dialogue, he'll mention that you should talk with the giant smith E.G., who's located just off the road that leads to the Caria Manor. It is important to note that this isn't the last time you'll see Blythe, since he's heavily tied into one of the larger quest lines in the game that deals with Ranni, and whether you do Ranni's quest line or not, you'll run into him prior to the optional boss fight with Starscourge Radahn. With Blythe giving us the green light to talk with Smith E.G. and tell him that we're pals, we'll head over to Liurna of the Lakes to the Manor Road side of Grace and have a chat with E.G. After speaking with E.G. and telling him that Blythe sent us, it will open up a new item that we can purchase for 5,000 runes, which is the Carrion Filigreed Talisman, which lowers the FP cost of special skills. Well folks, it looks like we're coming to the end of another Elden Ring video as we drive on through the land, smashing boss after boss with all the new toys that we're picking up along the way. We would like to take this time to personally thank you for watching, and if you're new to the channel, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon so you don't miss out on any new mid-40s gamer content. And if you aren't too busy wondering,
how do we stuff Reese's peanut butter, pretzels, caramel, peanuts, and chocolate?
Ranni is a major NPC in Elden Ring. She has an important questline that's tied to one of the game's multiple endings. It involves Roger, Celavis, Blaidd, Fia, and a handful of unique rewards, including a legendary greatsword, all of which will be covered in this guide. As usual, useful timestamps can be found in the video description. To start Ranni's quest, head to Northwest Liurnia. You'll need to make your way through Caria Manor and defeat Royal Knight Loretta to gain access to Ranni's Rise. Doing this will prevent completion of Roger's quest if you haven't already progressed it to the point where he asks you to find Ranni after giving him the black knife print. Once you reach Ranni's Rise, make your way to the top. You should be able to enter Ranni's service the first time you speak with her there, but if you were told by Roger to seek out Ranni, then at this point she'll turn you away. You'll need to return to Roundtable Hold, speak with Roger again and go through all of his dialogue. He'll tell you to go back to Ranni and enter her service. At that point, you'll be able to return to Ranni and begin her quest. If you already initiated the Radahn boss battle by speaking to Jaren at Redmane Castle, but have not actually defeated Radahn yet, then Ranni may be missing from the top of her rise. If that's the case, then you'll need to defeat Radahn before Ranni will show back up. Finally, if you attacked or ticked off Ranni and any of her followers in any way, then you'll also have trouble finding her. In that case, you'll just need to perform an absolution ritual at the Church of Vows in Liurnia to regain access to Ranni's quest. After successfully pledging to serve Ranni, she'll tell you to meet with 3 other individuals that serve her, and they'll be in spectral form at the bottom of the rise. You'll need to speak through all the dialogue of E.G., Blaidd, and Celavis. You'll be trapped in Ranni's Rise and unable to fast travel until you've completed that task, and then return to the top of the rise to speak with Ranni once again. At this point, the Fingerslayer Blade is required to continue Ranni's questline. There are some intermittent steps where you can speak with Blaidd and Siofra River about Celavis, then speak with Celavis at his rise to get an introduction letter to give to Sellen, and then speak with Sellen at Waypoint Ruins to learn the lore of Radahn. However, I believe the end result of those steps is just learning that Radahn will need to be defeated in order to access Nokron Eternal City, which is where the Fingerslayer Blade is located. I've shown the locations of Blaidd,
Do you possess any celestial dew? Then I would like to share my knowledge concerning the miracle. Radagon once cleansed him, repented his territorial, the order of the Erd Tree. And this miracle blesses the church, and so you need only follow Radagon's to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of... To experience the miracle, kneel in the basin at the back and cleanse yourself with celestial. Absolution will be yours. Any bond. You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erd Tree capital was once when he glimpsed the skeleton, and as such, it's said the great statue. My faith does not the miracle, and this time, it's bound. If you would be Elden Lord, I hope that you too will
All right, let's go back to her. What's wrong with you? Breaking your library. All right. Well, I could try to go. Where is it? Is it 4 height? No, it's here. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Yeah. That's a good way to die. Didn't see that there was not a platform there. What the fuck, dude? Get off the dumb horse. Dude. Dude. I've already discovered all this. On this dude. Am I tripping? Yeah, see, the thing's not even up there anymore.
Good to see you. Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask. Apologies, mate. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. Recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
Do we go to his tower then?
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? Leave this place to me. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. And if we reach a dead end, I suppose we go back to the source. Celibus rarely gives a straight answer. The first time. Leave this place to me. If either of us learns anything, and if we reach a dead end, Celibus rarely.
Alright, so...
Celavis, and Sellen on screen just in case those steps are actually necessary, or if you were just interested in learning more about these characters and the world. One more thing, giving the Fingerslayer blade to Ranni will prevent completion of Celavis's quest. I have a complete guide on Celavis's quest if you're interested in doing it. You can find a link to it near the bottom of this video's description. All that being said, we'll assume you've made your way over to the festival grounds at Redmane Castle, and it's quickest to take the teleporter near the impassable Great Bridge Site of Grace. You can initiate the battle by speaking with Jaren after using the Grand Lift of Dectus, and then you'll just need to defeat Radahn. However you manage it, after defeating Radahn you can travel to the Fort Height West Site of Grace and then head northwest to descend into a newly created crater in the ground. Going down this path will eventually lead you into Nokron, the Eternal City. I'll move my cursor on the map across the general path you'll need to take to reach the Ancestral Woods Site of Grace. From there, make your way into the Knight's Sacred Ground. As a quick bonus, the Mimic Tear Ashes are actually located in the east corner of this structure. You'll
Begging for another lesson, so there remains much to be done. Make it Well, well. You're asking me about that, are you? The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless too. Well, there's no help. Now's as good a time as any. I'll let you in on it. There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Sellen in Limgrave. She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy. I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
I think she is here. Yeah.
Young apprentice. First things first. You are a tadpole when it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning? Well, well. Scythe is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge. The stars alter the fate of the Karian royal family. and the fate of your mistress Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
That didn't tell me.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well.
That didn't tell me fucking dick. Alright, I gotta take a shit. Oh my god, I gotta take a shit bad. Oh, it's so bad, it's coming.
it's Iran. Other countries in the international community who signed on to that deal, and Iran allowed for members of that community to go in and check to make sure that they were not developing nuclear weapons. Trump took that, ripped it up. And then for a while, Iran still followed through with the deal, even though Trump ripped it up. They didn't need to. And then after a while, they're like, you know what? There's a lot of antagonism toward us. We're going to develop nuclear weapons. And so they started enriching uranium again. Then you have the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, which, you know, that was aggressive, and that could have led to an even bigger disaster. There's already been some retaliation by Iran toward our troops as a result of that. So can you at least acknowledge that there were at least some areas where Trump was belligerent in regards to international concepts?
Yeah, guys, if you're enjoying this video, I appreciate it if you smash that big old thumbs up below. And if you get value from this, if you feel like at some time, subscribe to the channel.
Said the argument that his camp would make, again, I'm not a spokesperson for Trump, okay, this is my own friend and advocate, is that because of the hawkishness in certain elements, that it created peace. And it's hard to disagree with that. I'm a fan of trying to move with Iran. The Iranian regime is more on good. A consistent mantra that has been developing over the last decade, and I think a lot of Americans with me, foreign abstractions mean far less than pressing domestic races. And so it's just like this war with Iran is a weird fanatical obsession with some people in my party that are here right now, Senator Lindsey Graham, and it's insane and it's weird and it's destructive to our own country. And I speak about it both publicly and privately. And you know who also is sympathetic with what I'm saying? JD Vance.
So I want to ask you about that as well. But so you mentioned Ukraine, given $300 million to Israel over all these years. You want to stop giving money to Israel?
No, I don't. I think it's not the same thing. I'm going to tell you why. And the argument. First of all, I will agree. It is deserving of explanation why the aid to Israel went from 14 million to 26 million, just like magically overnight. It's like super Israelite guys come out, you just can't just make up numbers and just start
competition page. That's a wrap for this video. If you guys enjoyed this, make sure to give it a thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe for more videos like this. Make sure to follow me and Prager U across social medias. I'll see you guys in the next video. I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We know for a fact, and Biden has confirmed this, that he has not spoken to Vladimir Putin since the outbreak. And that just goes to show how useless he is. It just goes to show there are many people within his administration that Xi Jinping in general for that actually just to keep this war going, to keep on sending billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to Ukraine to then spend on defense contractors. The same defense contractors that fund the politicians' campaigns and that give them squishy jobs get bored and they retire because they scratch their back while they're in office. That's the way it works. Nothing suspicious at all, guys. To have somebody in office who has no incentive to try and make their family wealthy politics and through their position. Trump's already a billionaire. He doesn't need it. Actually, a speech yesterday.
I guess I don't need to go back here. I need to go back to... And she didn't tell me shit. Oh my god.
So very impressive stuff, and if there's anything that's been totally reinforced over the last week, it's just how strong, impressive, and unified Trump family is. And then when you contrast that with the other swamp watchers, into politics, positions, and push themselves to the boundaries of taxpayers and crime. And this is why people in Washington, DC, politicians are just selling their bodies to the mass market. That's why his organization, TV, is saying that they is it's just how we politics.
Begging for another lesson, so that remains.
Mm.
And this goes for most conservative politics, which I found very interesting.
You sent me a link. Thank you so much.
So for us on the left,
Aaron, come get cash, Mom.
Well met. What news? So Rani's fate is kept in stasis by Starscour's Radahn. That reminds me of something I heard. There's a festival being held at the castle on the southern edge of the Caelid Wilds, east of Limgrave. It's a festival of combat. And I heard that you can fight Radahn himself. He who's once called the strongest of all the demigods. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I think it's worth investigating. I'll be on my way to this festival of Radahn then. You're coming too, right? To Radahn's I'll meet you at Redmane Castle in Caelid. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang. You're coming too, right? I'll meet you at Redmane Castle in Caelid. The way ahead is pleasing.
Well, fuck me. How do we deal with that? Guess I can't grab my shit. All right. How am I supposed to get by that? Hmm. So, I don't know what to do. Hmm. There ain't no way. We jump off? I have to jump off here. No, I guess not. Well, then I don't fucking know, man. Nice. Got greedy. Got greedy. We got this. Actually, an easier move set than I thought it would be. No way. All you get from this place? Time for love. Time for hole. Victory. Why is it always a dung? Done. How the fuck did you get up there? That's impressive. All right. That's done. $24 and $25? Hold on. Emits burst of yellow flame frenzy from eyes. Best incantations for winged Scythe.
Sick of eating crap that doesn't fill you up? So was I, but luckily I found Huel's Black Edition, a cost-effective way.
Hello everybody, Some Kind of Cyborg here once again bringing you an Elden Ring video. Today I'm going to be showing you where to get an absolutely fantastic weapon for those leaning heavily into Faith, as well as where to go to get your hands on some of the better early and mid-game Faith spells. Most of these can only be acquired after defeating Godric, but you can grab the weapon right from the start of the game. So, without further ado, let's jump in. The staple weapon to my build so far have been the Gold Halberd and the Winged Scythe. I was originally thinking the Halberd was the way to go and invested heavily into strength and faith. After picking up the Winged Scythe, however, I feel as though the Golden Halberd has been made obsolete. Don't get me wrong, the Halberd slaps, and its weapon art is great at buffing yourself and your spirits, but it's undeniably slow, unwieldy, and in my opinion far too heavy for the damage that it does. Enter the Winged Scythe. This weapon does it all. See Faith scaling at +5, and see in Dex at +9. Good reach, angle coverage, incredibly fast, and it bleeds enemies. Now I know you're probably thinking, bloody hell Cyborg, it's enough to make a man of the two fingers hot under the collar. But wait, there's more. It also has an incredibly strong weapon art, which sees your character following a slash airborne before coming back down and reaping everything in a wide arc. This ability has all the hyper armor in the world once you're airborne, applies bleed, has heavy stagger, and the added benefit of making anything it hits unable to use flasks for a period of time. It's an excellent option for both PvP and PvE and is incredibly easy to obtain. Simply head northeast from the 4th Church of Marika in the southern landmass, particular order, although these first... Now I'm going to go over some of the spells in no particular order, although these first two are very close together. Lightning Strike is a 28 faith, 1 slot required incantation. It has good coverage and okay damage. When cast, it calls down prongs of lightning in a line in front of the caster. It can be pretty decent against enemies coming at you in a line, and will catch back rolls and surprise enemies with its reach in PvP. It's a simple enough pickup, dropping from an ash beetle. You can find it in a small canyon to the right of the Weeping Peninsula minor Erdtree. Flame of Frenzy is a 16 faith, 1 slot required incantation. It will blast in a very wide arc, projecting a couple of meters from the player. It has great AoE and potentially great damage, dependent on how many of the random bolts actually hit your targets. It has pretty decent application against slow packs of mobs, and can be charged to unleash even more bolts. You can find this incantation in the Kalu Baptismal Church, not too far from the Lightning Strike, on a corpse. There's even a sacred tear to grab while you're here. One thing I will make note of before I move on, as you use the spell, as you charge the spell and unleash it, you will actually suffer from madness. When that bar hits the top, you are going to take a ton of damage, so use with caution. Now then, the Dragon Prayer Book. Acquiring this prayer book will give you access to a bunch of different lightning-based spells when you give it to a Faith Incantation tutor. The first one, Lightning Spear, is a 17 faith, 1 slot required incantation returning from previous From games. It boasts fantastic speed, damage, range, and can be charged for additional damage. It's a great ability to start or end fights with and will damage enemies through shields. Next up is Honed Bolt, a 24 faith, 1 slot required incantation. It's an absolutely great spell in my opinion, capable of churning through mob packs as well as focusing down a single enemy. Though it looks basic, it does decent damage with a relatively fast cast speed, and the trick here is that you can keep firing it off for as long as you have the FP to support it. That means if you get the initial cast off, you then have the potential to unleash the full fury of the heavens upon your enemies. Finally, there's Electrify Armament.
By the power of Grayskull.
a 15 faith 1 slot requirement incantation that does exactly what it says on the tin. It applies lightning damage to your right hand armament with a duration of 90 seconds. Pretty standard stuff. You can acquire the Dragon Prayer Book by defeating a roaming knight in the portion of the game after you defeat Godric. You can find him just west of the Carrion Study Hall and immediately south of an artist shack in the Liurnia of the Lakes area. Liurnia. As a bonus pickup for my particularly devout peers, you can also find the Sacred Blade Ash of War just north of the Third Church of Marika in the hands of an ash beetle. It's going to allow you to shoot blades of light from any weapon you can slot it onto, as well as giving the paired armament the Sacred Affinity, further boosting your holy damage for those heavily invested in Faith. I've been loving playing a Faith build in Elden Ring, more so than any other From game. It seems the holy boys have finally been given the love and attention they solely deserve. The weapon support for Faith builds is the best it's ever been, and you can actually spec into spells now and have it feel core and functional rather than a gimmick. I haven't been able to bring myself to make another character yet, which is admittedly bad for YouTube visibility, because I just am enjoying playing this class so much and want to see if a Faith focus build can comfortably take me all the way to the end. If you enjoyed the video, please do consider leaving a like and subscribe if you would like to see more Elden Ring content. Until the next one, folks, have a good one and take care. Peace.
When you are picking spells for a build, you always want to have a good coverage and good variety. So you want to have at least like one good spell for single target damage, something for large bosses, something for AoE. Also, you do want to cover as many different damage types as possible. So being that this is the formula I use to create a build, I'm going to use that exact same formula for this top 10. I'm going to value the spells that are the best at coverage and variety, so the ones that are the most useful at doing a particular job, those are the spells that you're going to be seeing on this list, so it's not necessarily going to be the spells that hit the hardest. But as always, it is just going to be a PvE based list, and don't worry, I will make top 10s for the sorceries soon. Anyway, let's get into it. Starting off at number 10, we have a Discus of Light, to what I consider the most efficient spell in the game, the best holy spell in the game, and the most improved spell from the base game. This is a spell that goes incredibly far, does some okay damage, but it does actually return to the player character, of which does hit an enemy twice, meaning that you're actually doing twice as much damage, and if you miss the first attack, the second one is probably going to hit anyway. And you can consecutively cast this spell over and over again for only 3 FP, which that is just ridiculous. There is no other spell in the game that is as efficient as this one. This basically might as well cost nothing. You're just never going to run out of FP with a spell like this. But the reason as to why it is the most improved spell as well is because it's a holy based spell, meaning that it actually does benefit off the Sword of Light and the Sword of Darkness. Sword of Light is a 20% holy damaging buff for 60 seconds, and the Sword of Darkness is a debuff to make enemies take 20% more holy damage, and that also lasts 60 seconds. And you also have the Dry Leaf Seal. This actually does boost these ring types of incantations by 15%, and this actually will stack with a 10% boost that the Golden Order Seal actually does give this spell. Now this spell also does have some cool synergy with like the retaliation skills. A cool pairing would be with the Erdtree Great Shield. You can like deflect it back and actually shoot it out as another holy projectile. But with how much damage that you can just do with the Discus itself, you're better off just spamming it over and over again. Now I think its major downside is that it does get an intelligence scaling. So if you do have a pure faith build, you will have to spec into at least 13 intelligence to wield it, which is not that big of a deal. But if you do go up against enemies weak to holy damage, this is the spell that I would use. Number 9, Frenzied Burst, to what I consider the best sniping spell in the entire game. It goes so far and travels at insane speeds that enemies are basically just never going to be able to dodge it. Now I am just going to use this as a sniping spell. In the middle of combat, it's not going to be that good because the casting animation is long. And to maximize your damage, you do want to have it fully charged because it is going to make it travel a lot further, a lot faster, and obviously just do more damage. But you can cheese so many different types of enemies with this spell, because in this game you can lock on at very far distances, and honestly you can cheese some bosses too. You can just like run all the way to the back side of the arena and just keep spamming the spell that way. So if you were lacking a fire-based projectile option with your build, I would just throw on Frenzied Burst. Number 8, Dragon Ice. Now, all of the Dragon Breath spells are just amazing. They go incredibly far, do amazing damage, they can bounce off walls and hit multiple times, and there's so many different buffs in this game to help boost the damage of these breath spells, and they can just clear out entire rooms of enemies just very quickly. Now, I consider Dragon Ice to be the best one, because it's a spell that does magic damage and a bunch of frost buildup, which when using this spell, you probably have either a faith build or an arcane build, and being able to have access to magic damage and the frost status effect with a faith and arcane build is incredibly underrated. Just hitting with the entire combo can do upwards of 600 frost buildup, of which is going to proc frost instantly on almost every single boss in the game, and frost is probably one of the best status effects because not only do enemies take 10% damage, but they also do get debuffed to take 20% more damage, and the fact that this is on a Dragon Breath spell means that your total overall damage can just be really high. Now, I know you could use Borealis' Mist and just get more damage, but the reason why I like Dragon Ice better is because the frost buildup is the exact same. It is going to be faster animation, you can use it on horseback, it is going to be 18% less damage, but it is 25% less FP cost, so it is just a much more efficient version to just get a very similar reward. Now, if you do have very large amounts of FP, you might as well just use Borealis' Mist instead. And obviously, if you are going up against enemies that are like resistant magic damage or immune to frost, then you could just use one of the other types of Dragon Breath spells. Number 7, Flame Grant Me Strength, which is probably the best body buff in the entire game. For 30 seconds, you gain 20% more physical damage, 20% fire damage, and 11% faster stamina recovery speed. And the best part about this, it only has a 15 faith requirement. You could just use this with almost any single type of build. If you are using something that is mainly physical damage, you're better off just speccing into 15 faith just to use Flame Grant Me Strength, because that's just going to result in 20% more damage and a bunch more stamina recovery speed. And the fact that it is a body buff means that it can stack with Golden Vow and other types of healing spells. Now, if you are in a situation where you're fighting a boss that's doing a lot of damage to you, then you're probably better off using the damage negation spells because those are also body buffs. But if you just want straight up DPS and damage output, it doesn't really get much better than Flame Grant Me Strength. The only downside is that it is only going to last 30 seconds, so you probably have to use it multiple times throughout a fight to really benefit off it, but it isn't going to be that long of an animation, so using it multiple times in a boss fight is still very possible. Number 6, Dragon Maw, to what I consider the best Dragon Communion incantation in the game. This is just a very hard-hitting physical spell that lunges very far and also does 45 stance damage. Now, the animation might seem a little bit long, but you do get very nice hyper armor, and as I mentioned, you lunge very far, so you can actually be standing at a safer distance and kind of just use it like a projectile spell, which you honestly want to do anyway, because when you hit with the mouth itself, you're going to be doing like 50% more damage, and of which this thing can just straight up just decimate almost every enemy and boss in this game, especially if they're smaller, because it will just like send them flying. Now, this spell has actually gotten a lot better in this DLC because of the Rock Heart transformation. The buff of this transformation actually does boost the Dragon Communion spells by 20%, which is just absurd. Now, the transformation itself involves you having to be naked. Actually does give you 10% damage negation to all of your stats, but you're just not going to have any weight with your armor whatsoever, meaning that you're going to have a lot lower equipment load, so you can use the Blue Dancer's Charm, which actually does boost your physical damage when at lower amounts of equipment load, which Dragon Maw is going to be doing physical damage, and your damage output can just be ridiculously high with this thing. It is going to consume 34 FP, which might seem on the higher end, but there are other spells that consume way more FP than this that just don't even hit as hard. And it also does have a 24 faith requirement, so if you did want to use it with an arcane build, you will have to spec into at least this much, which I honestly kind of recommend anyway, because things like Golden Vow is actually going to require 25 faith, so any single arcane build, this is like a must-have. Number 5, Pest Threads Spears, which is just a direct upgrade to regular Pest Threads, which this spell actually is really good against larger bosses as it has very aggressive tracking and it can hit enemies multiple times. So it just hits these large bosses like 5 or 6 times and you can just melt them, which Pest Thread Spears does the exact same thing, but it's just going to hit harder. But it's also going to be somewhat useful against smaller enemies because it is going to stagger them and still do respectable damage. It doesn't need to rely on the fact that it has to hit multiple times for it to actually work really well. And then when you have it fully charged, everything that's slight bits larger is just going to die very easily. You can pair it alongside the Godfrey's icon and just go ahead and spam away. And it's just very easy to use spell because it doesn't have that long of an animation. It goes very far, it tracks nicely. And you can also use it on horseback, and you don't even need to be facing the enemy for it to actually benefit. Now, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike is just going to do more damage, so it might seem like that one is just going to be better to use against those larger bosses, but this spell is a lot easier to use because it does actually have tracking and it has a faster animation. Also, it does actually have less requirements at 26 faith, so if you do have a build that doesn't utilize as much faith, you can just go ahead and put this one on, and then almost every single larger boss in the game, including things like dragons, furnace golems, that is all going to get deleted by this spell. Number 4, Golden Vow. Now at this point, any one of these spells can be number 1 and I wouldn't really complain. You can make a very good case for this one being number 1 because it is the best aura buff in the game, and if you do have 25 faith, you should be using it. Probably going to be the most useful spell because it doesn't require you to level up your seal or actually have that high amount of faith. You just need to meet the minimum requirements and you just benefit. And the benefits are going to be 15% damage and 10% more damage negation for 80 seconds. And it's an aura buff, so it's going to stack with things like Flame Grant Me Strength and other damage negation spells, also healing types of spells. And it's also going to boost your allies as well. So any single time that you're going to fight like a challenging enemy or a boss, I would just use this spell beforehand because for the next 80 seconds, you just get a bunch more damage and damage negation. Number 3, Catch Flame. Now, the existence of this spell means that you don't really need to use any other spell, nor even use a weapon, because it's just good in every single circumstance. It's a close range spell of which has basically its own moveset. You get like running attacks, rolling attacks, jumping attacks, and they all come out really fast. And every consecutive attack is just going to be really quick too, and your total overall DPS is just insane. And every single one of these casts only consume 10 FP. So if you are going to go with a pure caster build, this is just going to be like the most important spell. It can quite literally just replace weapons, and it's probably going to be better than almost every weapon too. The only downsides is that obviously it's going to consume FP, unlike weapons that don't, and it is not going to have the greatest amount of range. It is going to require you to actually, dodge enemies' movesets, unlike with other types of spells that you could potentially use at a safer distance. And also, there is no seal that actually boosts the damage of Catch Flame. Almost every other spell actually has like a seal that actually helps boost the damage. This one does not, but it is fire damage, so you can use Flame Grant Me Strength at the very least. But this thing also only has an 8 faith requirement, so if you are going to go with a build that doesn't really utilize much faith, maybe an arcane build with a dragon communion seal or a strength build with a claw mark seal, you can just get a really good damaging option in Catch Flame. And if you end up going up against an enemy weaker to fire damage, I will just use this spell and not worry about my weapon at all. Number 2, Knight's Lightning Spear, to what I consider the best projectile option for single target damage in the entire game, and yes, that even beats out things like Knight's Comet. Now obviously against very large targets, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike and Pest Thread Spears are going to be better, but against these smaller single targets, it doesn't really get much better than Knight's Lightning Spear. It's a quick projectile spell that travels on a flat line, has some very good travel speed, does really good damage, you can fully charge it to make it do even more damage, and 27 stance damage, which for comparison, the Stone of Geraint only does 15, and that spell is considered to be a really good stance breaking spell, because all of these little extra lightning projectiles that surround the player do some really nice damage, and they're also going to be guaranteed, so even if you do get staggered out of the animation, those other 4 or 6 projectiles that come out, depending if you have it fully charged or not, is just going to come out no matter what. But I think the best thing about this spell, and the most underrated part, is that enemies don't dodge it. It's just like Knight's Comet in the fact that they won't even animation read or input read, and then it's going to eat it right to the face every single time. I don't know why that is, not sure if it's a bug or not, but you can just keep throwing Knight's Lightning Spear over and over again, do 27 stance damage, amazing damage in general, and enemies are just not going to do anything about it. Now the fact that it's a lightning based spell is amazing in so many ways, because not only is lightning damage the best elemental damage type in the game, because a lot of enemies are weaker to it, and every single time that there's water around, or if it's raining, it's just going to be 20% more damage. And now we have more things to actually boost the Dragon Cult incantations in the Death Knight set and the Priestess Heart transformation. These could just either mean 8% or 20% more damage depending on which one that you use, which stacked alongside things like the Gravel Stone Seal, a Lightning Tier, Godfrey's Icon, you're just doing so much damage with this type of build. The only downside of which I could say is that it does consume 29 FP, so it is going to be on the higher end. If you did want like a more efficient type of projectile spell, I've always considered Flamefall Upon Them to be like the best one to use. But with how many benefits that Knight's Lightning Spear actually does have, there is not going to be any other like projectile spell that I'd actually use over this one. Now before I get to number 1, I want to give some honorable mentions to the support-based spells, specifically the fortification ones. These are going to be 35% damage negation to any single element, and it's going to last 90 seconds, but best of all yet, it only requires 10 faith. If you just have any type of build, just spec into at least 10 faith, put on the finger seal, and you're just going to benefit of just 35% more damage negation. And it is going to be a body buff, so it is going to stack with Golden Vow if you wanted to use that too. And 35% is a lot. Like the best livers in the game only give you 25%. And in this DLC where enemies are hitting really hard, I recommend just specking into these. Also, do want to give a shout out to Heal from Afar. I think this is just the best healing spell in the game. It gives you just as much healing as Lord's Heal, which is like the second best in terms of health regen potential. But it is going to be cheaper, have less requirements, have a faster animation, and you can shoot it out like a projectile. So not only can you actually damage revenants at a distance, but you can also heal your summons at a distance too. Number 1, Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike. Now I consider this one to be the best incantation before the DLC, and since the DLC dropping, it's just gotten even better, so I'm still gonna just leave it at number 1. Now obviously, it's not going to be useful in every single situation. If you're fighting like a smaller enemy in a 1v1, I wouldn't bother using Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, there are other spells for that. But if there's anything that's even the slightest bit large, or if you're surrounded by multiple enemies, this thing is just going to destroy every single one of them so quickly. Like, it just does stupid amounts of damage. Like, every single one of those projectile attacks does really good damage, and if you hit with multiple of them, it's just a GG. You go pair this alongside some Lightning buffs, the Godfrey's Icon, and either of the Priestess Heart transformation or the Death Knight set, and the result is basically what you see on screen right now. It is obviously going to involve you having to charge it up, which might take a few seconds to do. So in that instance, you could use something like Pest Thread Spears instead. That's going to be a much easier spell to use, and that is also just going to destroy larger enemies. But I think the benefit of just being able to hit in every single direction is it's going to make it good in more situations. Like, if you do walk into a room where there's a bunch of enemies and you manage to get off an Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, it could just result in all of them dying. And also, once again, it is doing lightning damage, so anywhere where it's raining or if there's like water around, that's just 20% more damage, which there are a lot of places in the base game and the DLC where there is water around. So if you haven't really used this spell before, I recommend that you do. Anyway, that's the video now done and complete. The entire top 5, like any single one of them could have been number 1 and I wouldn't really complain. So you guys can just let me know down in the comments what your opinions are. Now, as for the next video, I'm going to be ranking either the sorceries or go over the top 10 best Ashes of War. Just let me know what you think I should do. I'm going to cover both of them anyway. But yeah, might as well just start doing a bunch more top 10s, being that I just did the...
What I should do in the meantime... wonder if I should just put heal on. Seems good. Alright, I think I'm done with Limegrave. I think it's time to go fight, fuck, what does Homeboy say? I don't want to go back down there. What did he... I don't know. Multiple status display. Hey, what does that mean? You're gonna have to explain that to me. What? Yo. Huh. Oh. I'm so stupid. I should probably learn to read. I don't know what this means though. Multiplayer status display. I don't know what that means.
There you are, my apprentice. Shall we commence the lesson?
Cheap viewers uncut.ly/pecjwfd4.
My balls, your mouth. I want to test this out. Ow. Oh, that's right. He's going to... Is it over here? No, it's... Wait, is it? I don't remember. Maybe? We'll find out. It is here. No clue if this dude is hard. What we're gonna do... Alright, let's do this. Ooh, yeah, you hurt. He just hits hard. Horse, man. Press the button 4 times. Ooh, that might be low-key to play. Just thought of that. this where being a sword would be better. Can I sell stuff to you? What about you?
Ah, well then. Would you... May the Golden Order shine. Ah.
I understand you've been speaking to Nefeli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put her to work. Do not hesitate to employ her. Should her services benefit you, despite her looks, she is more than capable in the press of battle.
Where'd she go? Wasn't she just right here? All right, let's go level up. I think that's where we're at right now. We need to just go level up. Take it from 9 to 20. When did I get the scythe? Dude, I might just dual this shit. If I have the... heavy lead. Medium load. These. What's happening to my monitor? With beard. Does this cost bleed it up? Okay, that is. Hell yeah. Now we can focus on faith. Wonder if I should get my arcane up 1. Literally 1. That way I can wear or use certain things. I feel like I should. Put it up 1. Alright, 10 arcane. Alright, now we just dump everything into Faith up to well, minimum 40 at this point. And then we'll eventually get Vigor to 40. My FP is 121, so I should be able to do the right summons now. Oh wait, I don't do that here, I do that here. Open. Rain at lemon. This. Horned Warrior, Stone Goldsmith, Mimicry, Black Knife, Indian, Albanera, Danish Knight, Hello. So let's try. That guy. And then we'll do I assume these guys are better. Oh, they have it a little bit higher.
$10 can help fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters nationwide.
Hello friends, and welcome back to Dom's Roundtable. I've spent the last few days testing out all of the new spirit ashes in the Shadow of the Erdtree in various different scenarios. And I've come up with the definitive list of the absolute best and worst summons in the Elden Ring DLC. Some of these results are really going to surprise you, and I'm not just saying that to be some cringy, stereotypical YouTuber like, oh my god, you won't believe who's at number 1, and wow, number 5 blew my mind. No, I did not see this list going like this. There were